Hey, what's up? Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/OtakuSmile2. If you are watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe like, maybe leave a comment, maybe you'll subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hello, Doodle, how you doing? And also, hello, Thomas. Sorry, I had to finish my intro. How you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. You're in time. Alright, let me change the music. Let's hope we don't have the same issue we had yesterday, where it's just like, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I don't understand the... But see, that's like literally starting with like, I'm just... See if that works. It's so weird. Nope. Okay. I'm just gonna have to occasionally skip a song because it's mislabeled. Again. I just need to go through what's what. Alright. So today's Bedrock. Hello. By the way, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm just annoyed at the game. Or, not the game even. I'm annoyed at the music service. We get to see, so at the very least, I'm sure they fixed the one, right? Maybe they didn't. No, the bug. Alright, what was I doing over here? I'm trying to remember. I know I came over, I just don't remember what I was doing. Food, maybe, I think? Oh yeah, I have more food, so yeah, there's that. Yeah, I'm glad you guys, you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Thomas. As well. Alright, just gonna feed a few of the pigs. There we go. Not much. They did a small update. It hasn't done anything much, but it was supposed to be for like the realm connectivity and well, other things. Let's see if it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I gotta take some damage to make it work, but I mean, yeah. Let's try and see if we can't heal this, because I can. Otherwise, the rest of this journey might just be stuck at 9.5 hearts for the rest of forever. Lovely. Anyway, I came back, got some food. Well, I really... they're trying to fix the mess that they caused, you know? With the update. I guess from updating too early, it would effectively be the idea. Remember I mentioned the realms thing yesterday? I was serious. I hear cuteness. There's that, and there's a few other things. Including the 9.5 hearts. Because that was, in fact, part of the problem. One of the things that they needed to fix. I don't know if they supposedly have or not. Mind you. So there's that. It's not really working for me, but you know, maybe I have to like go through like a portal or something to try and get to work normal. But it's weird. Alright, I'm gonna gather up some potatoes so next time I can just go straight up and go feed pigs and stuff. I'm not gonna be able to be gone as long this time. Let me just judge which ones can be harvested. Oh, that one can't be, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright. The last one. We have 24 more potatoes for next time. But yeah, they're mostly just trying to hot fix the problem. That's all. I'm sure eventually they'll get there. Eventually. In the meantime, I'm just gonna head on back over to home. I think I might have left stuff here as well. I should check if I left anything. Cause yeah. That's always how it goes, right? I often forget things. Although I can get more. Yeah, I can just get more. I'm just gonna head back. If I haven't got enough. Yeah. Yeah. Up we go. And through and down and in. And over. And up and through. And I do wish they would fix the thingy. But like I said, maybe I just need to go through a portal. I don't think so, but, you know, I mean, why can't I see? Nope. Honestly, the thing that's frustrating is it seems to like make me go through the saturation faster. Because it's trying to heal that problem. Which isn't there. Because it should be fully healed. Alright. So, what to start with, what to do today. I need to fix this, because it's just... It's gotta be fixed. I don't know if I want to do it today. We'll see. Or if I just want to do something chill, not raising my blood pressure, and go work on new buildings. Cause, yeah. It angers me greatly. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm letting it get to me, but like, I don't like it. Okay, let me go grab some more blocks up top. I know I don't actually need them because I've got plenty in here, right? I filled up last time. I just feel like it while I'm here anyway. But can. This one is Fortune. Thank you for the, hello, Freya Grace. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the first time chat. I hope you're doing well. As you can see, we're working on the... Well, it's not really even about headache. It's just... Like, I I don't understand. I really don't understand their logic for this. Anyway, yeah. But don't worry, we'll fix it. I mean, I can't fix the portal, but completely, but we'll fix enough for it to look right. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yes, hello Freya. Welcome to the stream where we have learned so much about how the architecture works in this game, and it's not good. I don't know who did not quality check, but someone didn't. And it shows. Yeah. Anyway, but like I said, maybe I'll just work on buildings because at least like I've done what I can do with the like that's my own designs. Anything bad there is going to be on me. At least I don't have to look yet again at just anger induce. I do my own art. Everything you see here is me. Everything. So, no. I'm good. And like, I mean it. You saw the thing for that was me. I do my starting screen. I've done my, where is it? But thank you. See? Another one. And of course, this. Oh, this is the updated version of what was the original. It's cute. I mean, but that's very cool that you do that. Like I said, though, I do everything myself. Keeps costs down, and I mean, I'm not the best artist in the world, but it works for me. It's my own style. Heck, even with my models and stuff, every single one, I mean, I use Vroid. I'm not gonna pretend I'm like 100% original, but I've done all the work for it. Beyond that. Fighting with the hairstyles and stuff. Like, never did I think that I'd be doing MS Paint effectively, but for 3D. But here we are. Don't know. I don't think so. Usually it's not. But, it would be nice to have some proof. Nothing wrong with that. But, like I said, I do everything, so, sorry. And I mean everything. I think it shows. Anyhoozle. We'll leave it alone for now, because it's fine. But like I said, I would like some confirmation for you being human. Please. I'm thinking I'm gonna collect about Yeah, they're probably... But like I said, it's fine. Put this back in the wall. Anyway. So what do you want me to work on today, Thomas? I'll let you help choose. Or anyone else who wants to help choose. Since we're here anyway, right? Hello, Wagon. My wisdom. I don't have my wisdom teeth. Well, I guess I have one. They had to remove them, though. Basically, hello, Snow, 1 second. I'm gonna explain this. Yeah, I had to remove them. Like, one of them twisted up and in a really bad way, and then I ended up having horrible cavities for, like, years afterward due to the amount of infection that ended up in one of them, because it just wasn't dealt with soon enough. But I have one, I think. I should at least have one. I might have more. Still, no idea. One of them still, like, just under the gum and never, like, popped through. We said 1, 2, 3, 4. Alrighty. I spun. How you doing, Snow? Also, how are you doing, Dragon? Not really. It was a wise decision to remove them because otherwise I'd have lost all of my teeth. In other words, in this case, the wise decision was to remove them. I don't know how many, especially the one that was just, when I say, like, it was bad, it was like, I'm glad you're doing it, Snow. But, like, what I mean is, like, it was turned out and up. Like, you wouldn't think a molar would grow out that way, but it did. And it wasn't even like it was lack of space in my mouth necessarily or anything like that. It just didn't grow properly. And yeah, it just didn't. They just sometimes do that. Also, I've never said I'm very wise. I mean, I don't pretend otherwise. I feel like most of my wisdom's been pretty surface level obvious stuff. As I've said, I'm not much of a gamer. I enjoy gaming. But I'm far closer to being a casual than for being, like, too super obsessive. I say as I'm about to go rant as if I go over to the statue. Probably not. Nice. Good on you. Fair enough. Is my... what? Self-destruct? I'm not sure what you mean. Fair enough. Well, there you go. I mean, I don't think that makes much then, now does it? I don't know what you mean by self-destruct. What I do know is... ugh. Oh yeah, I still have my appendix. Still my appendix, still have my gallbladder, I still got all that. I just don't have my wisdom teeth. Yeah. So, yeah, there is that, you know? It's all about your perspective, I guess. I just don't think of it as much of a self-destructive. It's just like, I mean, it's part of the body. And while technically it has no use, obviously there is some use to it that we don't understand, since people have like other issues after it's removed, much like the gallbladder. Again, it's not supposed to have any issues, but afterward it's like, don't eat any like thing with too much oil or nuts and things. Yeah. Interesting. And weird. Anyway, like I said, so gallbladder, Gall bladder. I don't know exactly. It's one of the many organs you have in your body that, much like the appendix can go bad and have to be removed. And in theory has no use, but is clearly used in the process of digesting certain items, such as nuts. It's fair not to know it. I mean, it is not like it's... Anyway. But overall, yeah. I've never had any of those removed. I've broken my arm before. I've broken both my arms. Not at the same time. But I have had each of them break at least once, if not multiple times. Well, for one of them, I still don't know. I just basically did, and I broke 2 bones at once in my right arm. No idea though how. I just did. I went downstairs and I just... It was a long time ago, mind you. I haven't broken a bone in over a decade. Last time I broke one, I was 8. No, I wasn't 8. It was later. I was in 6th grade? Yeah. So I was between 12 and 13. That was my wrist, which got slammed at a door by accident. But like another one, I fell off the playground and I broke an arm. Another time, I fell downstairs and broke a leg. That was when I was really, really little. Yeah. I think those were all the times. Mostly it was me falling. So, you know, I mean, I don't know, maybe that says something about me, but... Yeah. True. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that. That's never pleasant. Understandable. But yeah, that definitely happens. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. And hey, I mean, it's not like like my story, the 8-year-old one, where, basically, you know, in the second Harry Potter movie, how his arm went, right? My arm could have done that after that break. Just to make you feel very squeamish. There. Potentially. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was like how my actual arm ended up. Yep, exactly. I'm sorry to hear that. I have known someone who's been bitten by a dog, so I know that is not good. But I'm glad technically that hasn't happened to me, but I can imagine how painful that would be, just based on the individual I know. So I'm very sorry to hear that. Because that is not pleasant sounding at all. But, yeah. I hope that it heals for the most part. Or to some. Or has healed. Because I guess it was 2021. Properly. Because yeah. Not pleasant sounding at all. Alright, I'm thinking I need to change these out as well. Probably going to... make it so that they are like this instead. So it just goes up and in. Here, I'll still touch it though. Because it'll also fit well with this. Anyway. Very sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, that is how life ends up going, isn't it? Alright, so what I'm thinking is I'm going to go up to there on that one, and then I might actually combine, or I might do something else here. I haven't decided. Although this does match to do it like this all the way up. Here. And in like that, right? So it'll actually look okay. Huh. Crazy. Well, I mean... I get it. I mean, I think for most people it's like... to some extent, but yeah. Very, like I said, very hard. Sorry to hear that happened. Alright, I feel like everybody here can come up with a story, unfortunately. Because that is life, right? That is life. In the worst sense possible. Alrighty, and then we can finish this off. So I've done 2 of them. What do you think? Do you think that looks okay? I mean, I wasn't meaning specifically like breaking an arm or whatever. I just meant in general having something crappy happening to them. After all, as Thomas said, what happened to him was having his face ripped apart by a dog. Or maybe not ripped apart, but definitely bitten. Which is different than having a bone be broken. But it's still serious. In every which way. So, yeah. That's more what I meant. I unfortunately feel that just tends to be how it goes. That is life. And having crappy health, I mean, by its very descriptor there, falls in line with what I was saying. Now don't it? I mean, you could disagree though, I guess. Oops, it won't go there. It'll be like that. Yep. Alright, so 2, 3 in. But I mean that's why I was using that logic. It's just it is unfortunately what it is. Even years later. Alrighty. I think that looks okay. I mean, I am frustrated by this, but there's not much I can do about it at this point, right? Moving it forward and all that. But it'll look okay, because the whole point is this is just like a little bit to the back and then all that. So I think it's okay. But it's not perfect. I think. We'll have to decide. But overall, though, I think this is starting to look pretty good. You know? Right, put that there. Let's just check this a second. We can do this. Fill this in the rest of the way on this side. And the entire idea kind of is just that it looks put together. Which, the before it kind of didn't... the front of my head. It would be the... two just behind my ear. Typical migraine. And then it'll lead to soreness of the back as well, because it does spread as well. That's why I have to be careful about it. And not in the sense that I have bad posture kind of thing. It's just the pain, depending on, in all honesty, it is the weather. Unfortunately. Alright, I think this actually does work, although, I don't know, maybe not. But I think it's fine, because the whole idea is just to kind of build this around so it has a bit of a road. But yeah. But yeah, starts at the front, about the temples, and then it kind of spreads around both directions. Depending on how bad the hurricanes and stuff are. Because it really is weather related. Like, barometric pressure is what causes it. I know that at this point. It hurts. It's not pleasant. But I'm not gonna pretend that it's, like, crazy weird. Or maybe it is and I'm just coping. I don't know. I like to imagine it's not weird. At the very least. Any hoozle. Oops. Yeah. It's his life. In the most accurate sense of the word. This is going to be this here versus here. Like I said, it's not going to feel great, but it's what I can do with what I've got. And at least it kind of makes sense, because, like, you have the towers being entered afterward. And it is the middle, right? Wait. Yeah, that one goes there, that one goes there. Wait. That doesn't seem right. What the heck did I do? Alright, this literally goes on through like that. Like that. Oh, I get it, because this is the middle. Yeah, okay. It's because... Oops, I didn't need to do it that way. Because of the weird shape. But it does that. Oops, that's the wrong one. Because it doesn't look like it here, but the middle is actually not that. It's this. What am I gonna do? Let me go put this away a second, I guess. Oh wait, that's not how that works. That is not what I want there. It looks good, but it doesn't go there. That's why I didn't do anything with it. Good to know. Oh, I do need this. That's what I need, and then I'm just gonna dump the paper in here for now. I can pick this up. And now I have to decide, how do I want to do this? Because, obviously, this goes up here, but I don't know, do I want to make it separate? Maybe. I'm thinking maybe. Maybe that's what I want to do. That way it kind of just continues. Like that. There. Okay, let's put these down. There we go. Yeah, and then what we would do is we would have this be like this, just like below. Or maybe I create a barrier here? I don't know. The point being, then you continue this on from here to the other. In front. I just don't know how I want to do it, but I do think it would work. Kinda. And by the way, this is the next one to get built, right here. So it would look a little funky, but I think it might work to do it like that, because then you can have... But you'll have to tell me if I'm wrong. I got no ideas. I'm just doing what I think looks best. Aside the rest of it, but like I said, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it needs to be something else. Maybe it is more of this across. Maybe something else. I don't know. The cats are fine. Boo Boo's staring at me from behind right now. He's like, Human, what are you doing? He's being very judgmental, as he always is. Subu! Sunabuna! My cat, Suna. He's judging me. He's always judging me while streaming. Because I'm not paying attention to him. Sorry. I call my cat a zillion different things. From Suna to Subu to Boo Boo to... Bubsy Boo. The Fiend. He knows what yeah, he knows. I'm referring to him. Cause how do I put this? I can't help myself. I'll end up calling him something different, and then it'll enter the repertoire of what I call my cat, and then the cat just gets used to it. Yeah. See? It's not weird. Honest. Like I said, I'm not sure I like this. I think I might end up doing the smooth basalt up top as well. Here, or combining or something. Or maybe tough. for the bottom part, and then it goes into the other. I think I have some over... Honestly, I should also probably light up this area so I can see what I'm doing. I'm not really doing that currently, because it's like... I'll eventually light it up, but right now I haven't, so... Considering I'm trying to decide what I want to do, and I definitely think that looks funky, so I'm thinking... I'm gonna go get some of the... more of this. But... Or maybe I want to remove this building. It's not going to be here. This building will not be here. So, I might as well remove it. Right? I haven't gotten around to removing these buildings because it's like, from this point onward, it's no longer going to look like the ancient city at all, but, like, I don't need this building. I really don't. Although part of why I haven't removed it yet is just, well, I need to make a hoe. I haven't gotten around to it. Let me think. I'm thinking I'm going to remove it. Finally get around to that. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I moved all the streakers in there. I'm just not sure. But if I remove them, I'll eventually have to remove these as well. But you can see from like where I've marked things down here, even if I continue forward, it's not gonna have. And I have the road would start be 5 across, right? Because I'm not against using roads like that. But the road would start after here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the very least, that would be it, like I'd have to move the whole building back a block anyway, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, that's why they gotta go at this point. I just haven't but I have the whole other side to be the before and after kind of vibe wise, so I think it's fine to remove them at this point. So I need to make a hoe. Let me just... I have some diamond ore down here, so I can just make it. The question becomes, do I go upstairs to go enchant it? What do you think? Well, I'm glad I bid it too, so, you know, there's that. Yes, enchant. Alright. I just got to make sure it doesn't have silk touch on it, because... yeah. And I also probably need mending. I guess I should leave the blocks down here. Let me go get a chest. What time is it? I should probably sleep before I go over as well. It can have fortune, it can have mending, it can have efficiency 5, and it can have unbreaking 3, or it can have silk touch for the 1. Oh, which one has the chests in it? Also, let me dump this here, and then pick this up. This is what turns into what I need, right? Yeah. Sure. No, I mean, sharpness would make sense on it due to the nature of what one actually would be like. Actually, what do I have down here? I do have a Fortune 3 Efficiency 5. It just doesn't have Mending. Should I go by Mending and then that's my enchanted hoe? We'll leave this here for... yeah, but that makes things easier than just thinking that's what I'm going to do. Also, I should sleep first. Like, I get the idea, and I think it would make some sense. But no. Although apparently if I was to go to Woodland Mansion, I could potentially get chainmail boots with efficiency on them at the moment. I mean, I think a hoe with sharpness would make some sense. Personally. But, I mean, obviously they just... Yeah. I don't know where Woodland Mansion is, by the way, anyway, so it doesn't matter. But... interesting, still, nonetheless. I don't know if that's a... I don't know about that series. I feel like it probably exists on a certain hub. Or more likely R34. Don't go there. I'll leave that here. Alright. And you could tell me that I'm totally wrong in that assessment of that potentially being possible. I just... You know, how come they could fix it on the Java version that doesn't do that anymore, but for this version it does? Maybe it's just... You know what I mean, right? Oh, the wrong way. I mean... I was gonna say, like, but I'm, like, trying to think, I don't really think it is, like, it's... Meanwhile, instead, I mean, you can see where I'm having right now. They still... Like, I don't know if it's just that I'm basically stuck permanently like this, but it's a little frustrating. Allow me to highlight a second there by putting it against the purple. It's still there. I will complain and... Well, not really complain, but it's frustrating. That is still the case. I don't feel like it should be. Alright, yeah. Yeah. In case you weren't sure, now it'll be highlighted by the lava. Enjoy. Your OCD will be destroyed. Will be triggered forever. Yep, I told you. Maybe I should have said don't look if you have extreme OCD, or even if you don't. It's bad. It's like, come on. It's the most ultimate example of Mojang, fix your game. But the real answer, like I said, I don't think they can. I really don't. Yep. No, you won't. Until the moment that it's fixed, then it'll be gone from your mind. But till then, it's gonna be it's there for me. Like I'm seeing it all the time because it's like I'm very frustrated because like my food intake I feel like has gone up a little bit because it's trying to heal it, and it's like I can't heal because it's, well, you know. It's bugged. It's glitched. It's frustration nation. And I really don't know whether, but like I said, I'm not completely convinced they can figure out what they've done wrong. So, you know, there's that. And if they can, well, I mean, yeah. Anyway, point being, there's that. I swear every time they add something or remove something that's controversial, and the game ends up running worse afterward. That's what I'm gonna say. And I'm not really kidding even. It just does. Specifically Bedrock. I'm never even sure how when I'm like, it's not even Bedrock that's supposed to be affected. Like, how is this possible? I'm just curious at this point more than anything. Well, I mean, Bedrock mostly has downs, unfortunately. I like Bedrock better, personally, because it's just the version of the game I prefer, personally. But I can acknowledge that, unfortunately, it often gets the short end of the stick. Which you wouldn't think, considering all the things they do on it that makes it look like it's the better, like the version they prefer, but it's like, for actual usability and fixing the game, they definitely do not prefer or even care about this version. It's just, if I had to guess, it's just easier to like put like servers and things on. That makes it more convenient. That anybody and everybody can access on a large scale since it's their own personal servers. But it makes it look like this version's obviously being preferred. Well, I don't even think it's money. I mean, money would say make sure this version of the game is running at the absolute best it can. Make sure people can do what the best they can with it as well. Just because then you're more likely to make money off things like the marketplace. Because you need, like, you can go, kids will obviously ignore a lot of stuff, but the thing is, they don't ignore as much as you'd think. When the game has issues like, well, you know, but beyond that, like I said with the Realms, as far as I can tell, Realms by the launcher is still down. That's money that they're wasting and potentially creating a lawsuit over, depending on how it's handled. Either way, it's a loss of revenue. And a loss of trust as well, which also leads to a loss of money. So it's not about money. And as I've said, ironically, I do not think it probably is Microsoft, just because I just don't think they care. To be honest, overall. Every time I see people go, well, this is clearly, I'm like, but they have to care enough other than getting a paycheck out of Mojang for it to actually make sense. Like, straight up. You know? And you can tell me I'm wrong. I'm just kind of left with... That requires a certain level of care that I just don't feel like would be there, especially if there's part of the issue with having larger updates is being able to get through all this red tape, which means you have to be able to get through different people, which in theory it shouldn't take as long unless there's like corrections requested or whatever. But if it's simply trying to get it put on the desk, then they had a... Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, overall though, I feel like in reality it's like... And this isn't me defending the big company or anything. I feel like Microsoft is extremely scummy. I just, like I said, I don't feel like they care enough to be behind some of these more controversial things. That's all. Because, I mean, otherwise they'd have happened years ago. And not be current things. / issues. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't understand something. You could tell me that much. That is fine. I'm just some stupid streamer who obviously doesn't understand things. Yeah. Okay, I don't affirm. Nice. I'm gonna get some emeralds. I'm gonna go buy mending, and I might buy an efficiency book and a mending book if I can get enough cash for my axe as well. I feel like I'm breaking too, perhaps, but who knows? Anyway, like I said, you can tell me I just don't know what I'm talking about. I will respect that and happily listen to counterpoints. Because I really don't know. It is at this point just simply, I'm just kinda... curious. Like I said, I don't feel like money makes any sense. Thank you, buddy. If for no other reason than... You still... You're some of those... Am I out of... You. Alright, speaking of money... I'm out of emeralds, and I'm up to... 47. That should be enough for at least 2 mending books, an efficiency book, and maybe an unbreaking book. But yeah, I got the dumb questions. That's the real answer. Because I'd like to know the truth. The whole truth. Nothing but the truth. Although perhaps I can't handle the truth. If you know, you know. Yeah. What do I need? I need leather. Which means I need to feed up cows a second. Wait, I should have leather. I guess. I mean, fair enough. I feel like that says something about society, but I don't know. Depending on what line you're referring to. . 'Cause, you. Thank you for one. Alright, that's what I needed. Actually, no, I needed one more. Come on. I do feel like, yeah. There we go. Enough lever and beyond. I still go with, I wish we had like a leather cutting tool. And that we could have small leather and large leather. As processed. Because I feel like books would then use small leather. Or rather should. You know? Not to give them ideas. I don't want them to think rabbit leather. Because I don't think rabbit leather is the option. I think specifically having it be small leather. Because if you've seen a cow, actual cowhide, you know? You know that that should not make one book. Maybe you don't, but, like, you know? What I mean. Nope, it is rabbit leather. I have some down below, I think. Or somewhere. The irony is you can turn rabbit leather into regular leather by, or it might be called rabbit hide, like I said. Here I'll prove it by looking at the recipe for leather. Would it be a material? Actually, I'm not sure where it would be. In theory, I should have the recipe for. I bet it's in here. I don't know. Yeah. See, it is rabbit hide. I was right. You know. But beyond that, I want to make paper, books. So if you were curious, now you know it is in fact rabbit hide. I remember random things, but there was a reason. It makes sense because, although technically it should probably be called, rather than leather, cowhide, but because you can make rabbit hide into leather, I suppose that's why they logicked it that way. But still, like I said, I honestly just feel like it at this point could use like maybe you can use regular leather, but maybe you can like process something into other leather. I think that'd be cool, more than anything else. I don't know why these guys go in here. You have some... No, you're like the last person I need. Who are you? You are mending. I need 1, 2. Mending. I don't think I have enough I don't think I have enough for efficiency. In fact, I think I have way too little for efficiency, but... where... You? Yeah. I'll just get the efficiency I need. Easy squeezy. I'll get the emeralds, and then I need to look at what I need lastly for unbreaking. Oh, I can buy the... I can't buy the unbreaking, but I'm almost at enough for the unbreaking, but not quite. Although I guess I could grab some paper and then get it that way. Enough for the unbreaking, but... Or stone. I could sell stone, but stone is... unfortunately not cheap. I don't have any golems right now, so I can't do the iron. I mean, I can, but I don't have enough really, but I do. I have a piece of iron in there. What do we want to do? I think it just sticks. It's still the good way to go, because I'll have enough, I think, after I do this again. I'm not sure what you mean. Honestly, I really don't know what you mean. I am myself. So, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, like, you guys say, you gotta explain, because I'm not gonna understand, because I'm not smart. Enough. Pop culturally. I think I'm gonna take it as a compliment, but like I said, I'm just not sure. Okay. I mean, I think it more shows the kinds of things that I just kind of ended up watching than anything else. Heck, I mean, honestly, I can say... Like... Right. But I feel like beyond that, like, I could say, like, some of the shows I have enjoyed in the past, and I don't think you know them. I mostly just reference them because of that. Not being negative, they were weird. Well, not weird, but apparently they were more niche than I had thought they would be when I, like, you know, I mean, and it's like, well, you know, people probably. And it's like, you get older and you're like, apparently this was more niche than I thought. I mean, some of it, obviously. Like, I guess ended up being more, like, people know, but... I don't think it's niche. I liked it. But it's more like, it's hard to find people that actually enjoy it, other than me. I grew up, rather, not grew up. I don't know, I ended up watching it and liking it and enjoying the storyline and the fact that it kind of really and truly did have story beats they stuck to and stuff. But, yeah, it's like you go on the internet and the internet's just like, no, your taste is trash. And I'm just like, I mean, fine. Sure. Maybe it's not the best thing in the world, but... A head character. But no, I was actually referring to more like, oh... Spider Riders. When I say apparently more niche. Yeah, I don't... No, they were good spiders. That, I put this. Well, there is somebody that does know it. Cool. Nah. They had sass. I mean it when I say that, by the way. I mean, I feel like I remember Huntic. What else would I watch? Back in the day, if you will. I don't need protection. That's true. I do think, I feel like I remember that one. I haven't... It's one of my siblings that watched that one? Or no, Huntic, yeah, no, I do remember which one it was, yeah, there's that, but... I mean... Oh crap, no, I just made a bunch of... Oh, thank goodness I only had a little bit of coal. But... Like... Basically, it's whatever was... effectively on local TV. Oh, there was this one... Was it... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was that... Alright, this is my efficiency 3 pick. Ah! I just tried to do that for the wrong pick. No wonder it's not working. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Here's the prot guy. I'm not who I'm looking for. But like another one was... Oh... Yeah, there was Cubic. And then there was... And then for ones you're not going to have heard of... I almost guarantee my siblings watch more than I do, but like Dino Squad, I think is what it was called. It was a weird one. They all turned into dinosaurs. You seen it? Nice. Oh, that was not CGI. No, not Dino King. Like Dino Squad. It was like a bunch of teenagers fell in mutant goo and now they could turn into dinosaurs. And their teacher was already a dinosaur that could turn into a human. It was a weird one. Not CGI though. I'm trying to think. I'm not saying like nobody's seen it, mind you. I'm just saying it wasn't as... Yeah. Nice. You got the same apparently obscure taste. I don't know. Like you go online and it's like, oh, nah, nobody knows it, and it's just like, well, not really taste, I guess. It was interesting. But it was one of those ones where you're like, so when is it going to end up being they get stuck as dinosaurs or something? Because... And they did have plot lines like that. So it's like, and you're like, yep. Like, it's just like for a season finale kind of thing. And it's just like, no. But like I said, it was... on random channels. I don't even remember what channel it was on. Like, that's how... It wasn't... It's just, like, it was one of the channels that we got. But then... Yeah. I'm trying to think, what other shows did I end up watching? Like, you know, you end up watching, though, like, a lot of, just DVDs as well, because that was just how it was. I was the kid that instead of being like I said, I liked Hot Wheels, and well, I did have like some dolls. My dolls were all Polly Pockets. Oh, that was Max Steel, yeah. Because they had more interesting things with them, like entire amusement park sets, which was weird. It was like you wouldn't think that, and then it was just like, huh, cool. Then that was like the only thing I had really. It was more girly. Everything else was Hot Wheels and puzzles and books and things like that. Books like, well, just whatever I could get my hands on. And that's the biggest thing. Like, TV-wise, like, yeah, lots of books. I did a lot more reading. And there were some weird ones out there. And I can acknowledge that. And I can also acknowledge that I totally read them all. Alright, I left the thing over in the other spot. Thing is, it's like years later, it's like trying to remember the books by their titles can be... But like... Yeah. I was into books. For the most part, never really met a book I didn't like. Literally, the local library did a whole thing, or like blind date with a book. And every year, I would go do that. It's not always a success for me. But like, I think I said before, like, since I ended up reading more books. That's also why I read the Ranger's Apprentice series. I read the Septimus Heap series. I read all through all of them. Really good books series, and I do recommend them. All the books have I read. Like, I have them. I mean, obviously I read the Percy Jackson books. Alright? I haven't read anything more recent, because I just kind of got bored of them after a certain point. If you will. But, I mean, like, I read the original series. I loved it. I have a signed copy of the first book. Somewhere. Somewhere. Don't remember where. Oh, lovely. Extreme dinosaurs. You know, there's a zillion different dinosaur ones that were like through the 2000s. And 2010s, as has been nicely put. Especially the 2010s. Like, I mean, they were all interesting. They all had their own thing. Honestly, the one that had the CGI dinosaurs was the Dino King. That's that one was crazy weird, where it's like, it's anime up and it's more anime-esque up until, well, the dinosaurs must transform into real dinosaurs, and they were CGI. That was one. Again, Sim's more into than I was, but... And of course, dinosaurs, yep. And, oh, what other dinosaur ones were there? There were like a zillion in one. But yeah, I mean, those are the more weird ones that I read. Yeah, there were a lot. Or watched, rather. Like, I mean, but, you know, I mean, I watched normal stuff, too. Like, well... A lot of Cartoon Network stuff. Like Ben 10, Generator X, all those. Obviously. Secret Saturdays. Heck, I even watched like several, like, remember when they had the live action? Like, I actually did watch several of those shows, and I was actually kind of disappointed. Not the dude, but I was like disappointed, like the two interesting ones that they had. Those were the two they canceled. Like, it's like if you're gonna have live action shows, keep the ones that still feel kind of cartoonish, not reality TV show. That was kind of how I felt, but it was very disappointed. Then later I found a book series that felt like it kind of was following the same plot as one of them. Tower Prep, I think is what it was called. Because the whole thing was like a super mystery thing, right? It was like... And then they had a natural history, but I've never found anything that, like, scratched that itch, so, you know. Exactly, because it was like... It was interesting, but then it's like, those were the two they didn't keep. Ironically, they would have been the two that they could have merchandised as well. But again, both of them were like mystery series and stuff, and they actually kind of fit in. I honestly do feel that way. Even though they were live action, and that doesn't normally seem like that'd fit in with the Cartoon Network, but they would have. I think they would have. But nah, no, instead they kept... And that's the biggest reason that things like that fail. Not on me. Like, and I still say this all these years later, like, I still am left with, I wish they had at least had the one more season of the Tower Prep, because it's like, I really wanted to know, how the heck was that the case? Like, the ending, the cliffhanger ending. They never went there. I mean, I'm sure it's like, so, in the, whatever its home country, like, if it was, like, in another country or whatever, like, with everything else, when it turns out it's like, oh, no, in, like, another country, this series continued onward and, like, was... Oh, I forgot another mending. Oh, wait, I have another mending. Nice. Going to use that. Alright, but the hoe first. That should be pretty perfect. And then the axe. And... Oh, so that's mending. I meant efficiency and 8. That's all my levels, but everything's good. But, I mean, like, if you've seen them, you know what I'm talking about. It honestly was... It would have made sense to keep those if they were going to keep any of them. Either get rid of them all, or keep those. And then that's like they chose, like, the worst decision, which was get rid of those, keep the dude, what will happen. Nothing wrong with that show, but it's like... It wasn't very cartoonesque in its nature. It was just another reality TV show, but for teens. But that already existed in other places. So, yeah, and then obviously it failed, and it wasn't shocking, and I'm sure it was shocking to them. But yeah, like, that's the kind of thing, like, I was just like, yeah, come on. And the biggest irony is, like, with the Unnatural History one, like, that's the one they advertised everywhere if you read, like, any comics. Like, if you got Archie comics at the time. It was in all of them. Super crazy. I'm gonna guess that's the real reason. They spent all this on marketing, right? And then they didn't get as much of a return as they were hoping for, so then they're like, well, it's like, they don't see... They definitely didn't see where the problem went wrong, and so they're like, well, the show just isn't successful enough. It's like, I read comics, but I highly doubt most people were reading Archie comics at that time. But maybe not advertising there should have been the clue. And then they kept canceling the good shows as well. And the thing is, like, they blade toy sales, but people have cut, like, I've seen, like, several channels that have gone in and looked at this, and they're like, except that the toys weren't actually out yet. No, it's like in the case, like, of the Thundercats and stuff, apparently the toys hadn't actually come out yet. They were going to, but they hadn't even had a chance to come out. And it's just like, what the heck? The only answer I can even think of is that they just didn't want to make these shows. Or they wanted them to fail. And then when they didn't fail fast enough, it's just like, well, we're just going to shut this down. And it's just like, but why? And the answer's simple, because it's actually somewhat expensive to make, but beyond that, it's more complicated to make. You can't just, like, well, cut and paste. Each series requires their own studios and the like, whereas the current stuff kind of all... Yeah, Chima was okay, but it was definitely not Thundercats Lego. I know that they were clearly aiming for that, having seen it. But it definitely didn't do that. And it did not fill that hole that they decided to leave there because it didn't fit. And I'm gonna guess they already... I don't think it had anything to do with the cancellation. I think it was supposed to be its own thing. Ironically, it made it less likely to succeed long-term by doing what they did, because it made it look like the series... They canceled the one series for the other, where when you look into like production and stuff, they'd already been working on the Chima anyway. Well, I think Chima was okay. Like, if you actually watched it for what it was and didn't look at it as they're trying to just make a cheaper version of Thundercats, it was an okay thing. It was more like if they took, like, a racing game and they made that as a series. Because that's literally what it was. Kind of more akin to Wacky Races and stuff, but with a more serious plot. So yeah, I can give things a benefit of the doubt. But the problem is, like I said, the way that they went about things made it feel like it was just, well, a cheap knockoff of a much better show, rather than its own thing. That had absolutely nothing to do with it, or rather, it had the other show. Like, that's where I would go with it. I don't think it was that bad on its own. I think the problem is with the way they kind of presented it and everything. And that also hindered the show's potential success. I think it had a little bit of success, but overall it definitely still fell into those pitfalls that end up happening to series that replace others. And I mean, that's just it. It's like, this is something I've seen like a lot with the Cartoon Network stuff, like when they replace something. It's like, or they're quote-unquote replaced. And it's like, this clearly was an entirely different show that was designed in an entirely different way and probably had entirely different, like, design choices, thought and process-wise. So, why are you presenting it as something it's not? And hinting at it and that stuff. Ugh. I hate bots. I know it's a bot. Let me... Alright. Yes? Yes. And it should at some point work. I did. Why didn't it work? Let's try this again. Check. There. I don't know what happened. I have no answer to that one. That's a new one. Yeah, no, I know. I was trying to delete it, or, yeah, ban them. Because it's a bot, but... I would say yeah, except that I'm on OBS, and unfortunately that does not work. Usually. I've tried. It'll instead just be like, want to see their channel? I'm like, why is this the only part I can see? Because like, I've tried to do that before. Because I thought that would be the obvious option. But unfortunately, since I'm doing this through OBS, because otherwise I can't, like, make sure everything's working the way it should and stuff on my side. And flip through stuff and stuff, because I have to flip through the different scenes and everything. What I really need is, like, a third monitor to have the Twitch side on, like, on the left side kind of thing. So that I can check that side to check, like, to get through, like, doing moderations. Or not even just moderation, but just in general stuff like that. And then have, like, the right side be keeping an eye on the scene and everything. Complicated. But the real answer is because I can't keep the browser open in that sense, for the most part. I mean, I can now, kind of, but it's more complicated than that. Alright. Anyway, let's finish getting rid of this, because this is just not staying anymore. I mean, it's a tall building. But yeah. Honestly, I mean, I'm sure there's a full put-together version of this, but they all just feel a little random. Anyway, back to TV shows, I guess. Yeah, I think some of the biggest issues were just, for a lot of these shows, that just ended up being that they just were introduced in a bad way. And then, honestly, if it succeeded or failed depended on how petty the people who... Or actually succeeded, mind you. Not, like, continues to be on air. Because let's be real, at least one of those shows probably should not be on air anymore. It does not get the numbers it should, but... Or it for that. And I think tanked the entire thing. But beyond that... just... In general, though... Beyond a few outliers, typically, however you... Yeah, I wonder if these buildings were all designed at different points in the Warden design. Considering this one was shaped more like the way it would have looked originally, before they changed things up, right? Yeah, I feel like I remember that one. I think, like I said though, for the most part, you know, watch normal stuff. Got ticked at the Korra, because it just was like by the end, you know? I thought season 1 was okay. Loved Avatar, The Last Airbender. Not those movies, but that's ironically like where I ended up going in and watching Korra, because it was just like, it didn't make a lot of sense, I felt like, for what they had already established. I mean, good on ya. Nothing wrong with that. I just feel like they completely ignored the lore they set up in season 1, or rather in the original series, and even within the first season of their everything they were doing. Personally, which disappointed me more than anything else, and it just kind of went from there. Well, I know that you've got it's like, I don't know how to explain it. There were several different things that I just felt like kind of didn't make sense. Heck, with the creation of the Republic City itself and the nature of it didn't completely, and even later on with the way it was done, it was like, just for a basic example, I'm sure there's no one else agree with, but it's like having it be, oh, we're creating a new city rather than having naturally, just cities forming back and forth kind of thing, and then Republic City just happening to be a big city in general. I feel like that didn't fit in kind of with the vibe of Avatar. The whole thing was they're trying to shut down effectively anyway, I don't know. There were lots of things. I still feel like the spirit arc thing in the second season also didn't make a whole lot of sense because it kind of threw a lot of what they'd already established away. And it's not even a kinda, it was a very much so. It's like, you can't have it both ways. You can. I've seen people defend, but I'm just left with either people were able to learn bending from these spiritual creatures, right? Or the moon or whatever, or they were gifted it by lion turtles, and that's the way it will be, and that's why you can't have someone who can have multiple bending outside of the Avatar. I felt like that was the weirdest, dumbest thing to choose, especially considering if it is something like that, then somebody's gonna mutate to have multiple. Like, let's be real here. I think this is the biggest thing to me. It's like going, oh, well, but the reason why people can't have multiple bending is because, well, you only gain one type of bending from a lion turtle, but now you have people who are from different types of bending. I mean, this is just to me. You could disagree with me. It's like, I feel like you'd end up having more mixing. Maybe each type of bending is less prevalent or strong, but like if you have a household that has people of the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation or Water Tribe or whatever, you're going to end up getting, well, people who potentially could use more than one, depending. It was a dumb choice. At least you can argue if it's that the way that they learn from the bending and that there's just a deep core to that. Technically, you could argue, simply put, that, well, it is that connection to whether it's the moon or the bison or whatever, and that's why these creatures truly cannot be, you do not want them to be killed off, because that would kill off bending. I feel like that would have made more sense, but instead it's just kind of like, yeah, no, we're just gonna make it so that it's like, you definitely are, if you see someone has multiple bending, obviously they're the Avatar, because that's just how that is. I feel like it cuts you off story-wise in a negative way as well. You can tell me I'm wrong, but it makes it easier to write yourself into a corner, and I really feel like that's what they did on multiple occasions. By killing off villains that honestly could have been big bads or stuff later on. And all that. It felt written into a corner. And I know there's people who like the Korosami stuff and all that. I just don't think it made a whole lot of sense, because it kind of, weirdly enough, it's like, technically you can just consider Mako to be kind of a bit of a scumbag, and he's just being manipulated by both girls. Then it becomes, no, he totally is like the double victim there, because they're both playing him. And I don't know, I don't like that either. It's like, it's either one way or the other way. It's not, I don't really care, but at the same time, it's weird as a choice to make. And I know it was probably because they just wanted to be like a middle finger to the management and all that, or to Nickelodeon, but... And then now they'll be like, oh, no, we totally meant to do it. That's totally what it meant. It's like, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And even if it was going to be some girl, right? I don't feel like it made sense them together. Because no on-screen chemistry or interest is ever shown up until the 4th season, where it's kind of ham-fisted in there in a way that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Either she's contacting all her friends or she's not. Things like that. I mean, I don't know. That's just how I ended up feeling with it. It was a disappointment for me personally, but, you know, I grew up with the original series. I was old enough for the original series and all that, but to just be left with the themes and stuff made sense. And, like, I'll give it to you. Katang in the original series, I'm not even gonna call it that because I found it dumb, but Katara and Aang, yeah, they didn't have a lot of scenes, but they still had some scenes when you knew they were probably in game just because they were introduced together. That's usually how it works. They followed anime logic. They didn't follow any of the logic for that one, so it just kind of was like, either it's some rando that's introduced in season 4, or it's somebody who was there from the beginning. It's not someone who's introduced partway through a season as somebody else's significant other. Like I said, I don't think... Here's the thing, like I said, I actually like season 1 of Korra. I don't think the idea that she has the ability to bend multiple things as a toddler is bad. It makes some sense when you look at it from the perspective of... Aang technically died twice before he actually died. In that he was effectively frozen over, right? And they had... From what I remember, they had confirmed at the time that that was... and see, this is where I'm going. This is why I'm saying this, okay? So I felt like it made some sense to be like, well, now the Avatar after Aang, who effectively did die twice, in fact, one time definitely died, now has much more muddled element for what element it should be until they introduced the, until they introduced Ravi? Yeah, the Spirit of Light. Up until that, I was like, yeah, it makes sense, obviously. And then it's like, but if it's a Spirit of Light, the Spirit of Light would have an idea of which one it should be, and so therefore it falls apart. But season 1, Korra, I thought it kind of made sense, because the whole thing is she is basically been... yeah, like I said, the one after it, somebody who either of you go by died twice, or before they went with the whole thing that, yeah, the die twice thing. That's really where I'd go with it. Right? Now, personally, I think that what they should have done is they should have probably had her have more issues controlling them, but could use them. But beyond that, it's fine. They didn't have time for setup and all that, so it wasn't that big a deal. Notice, this is me literally explaining. I don't think that was bad as a choice. And the irony is I've seen even like the staunchest of people who like the series never defend or have trouble defending that. But like to me, that's why I'm just literally going to go there. It's made sense because it's balance trying to restore itself. She just so happened to be the unlucky child that in the end, balance needs to be restored with, if you will, as far as the cycle is concerned. But I honestly do think that as they went on, they had written themselves into such a corner by season 2 that they're just... Alrighty, what am I playing tomorrow, by the way? Guys. And notice, I'm not like... I just... Honestly, I think that Korra just suffered from, well, honestly, bad writing. It had... You vote for Java? Alrighty. Anyone else have any votes? Or are we doing Java? Normal, plain, vanilla Java. Alrighty. Plain old Java it is. Anyway, like I said, I don't think that it would have necessarily been bad if they could have put them... Alrighty. If they could have held it together, or if they hadn't killed off the main bad guy and stuff of season 1, I think it would have... Heck, I feel like they could have gone into the concept of people having multiple bending. Especially if they'd left the one guy alive, with if you had the blood bending being able to stop bending, which magical spiritual turtles makes that not make sense. Again, I feel like season 2 made season 1 fall apart. But, you know. But it's like if somebody has the ability to take away bending via blood bending, then in theory they should have had the ability to give bending, right? of one kind or another in a similar fashion, which would have been interesting, because then you can have people have multiple bending type, but they killed him off, so it didn't really matter anyway. But at the end of the day, I still feel like it's like I said, it's no, they didn't. But at the same time, they could have left him alive. You can leave that as a mystery. That's okay. You can hope to get another season, but... Or beyond that, you need to come up with something else. Maybe he survived. Like, here's the thing. They could have honestly gone with he survived. A good author, or writer, or whatever, could take that and be like, he is our big bad. We need to bring him back. He's a waterbender, right? He managed to prevent the explosion by using water. There you go. Ta-da! Now he still exists. I'm not even a very good writer, and I came up with that in a second. I've never thought about that, I'm just saying. I was just thinking of how to me, I personally just think that they kind of should have brought something like multiple benders, but make a confusion kind of arc. You can have, like with Korra's character, I feel like that would have actually made a lot more sense. Having her become unsure if she's the Avatar, even though she can bend multiple elements. I feel like that would have been a better arc, especially for her character, right? And everything that they did with her in the first few seasons, or the first season, rather. You can disagree, but that's kind of where I go with it. You can bring back a character. Even if you're like, oh, no, they died. There's 1,001 ways. They had no problem having people be spirits in season 2 and all that with Iroh, so... Or maybe it wasn't I swear it was season 2. So, again, they could have just gone with that method if they were going to go with that. They didn't. It basically was, oh, that issue is still resolved now, even though the core of the issue wasn't solved. In fact, it was made worse after that. And I mean, it wasn't completely thrown away, but it just kind of as a main storyline was. You had acknowledgement here and there, but it just wasn't... It's things like that. I feel like the end of every arc, they basically are like, and now that is done. And it's just like, the only one they didn't do that with was and I'll give it that, the poison one, but then it's like effectively, oh, but she heals the poison in the next arc. It didn't really do anything. So, yeah. But that's kind of how I feel about it. It's not that, it's that it's basically, from the perspective of somebody who enjoys a good story, it's a mess. They had places they could have done things that could have done well, and could have been well put together and fit in with previous setup arcs and things, right? Heck, I mean, ironically, they could have done a whole thing about airbenders existing still, but not knowing they can airbend. Considering, effectively, nomads, air nomads, don't all live at the temple, right? So the concept that the genes of the airbender, if you will, again, trying to land turtle it out is not a good explanation, because it's still basically genes at the end of the day. Rather, it basically makes it into that rather than, like you have to be, genetically, which again, I don't think that makes a lot of sense, that now, spiritual-wise, you have to be genetically connected to, except for the airbenders that they introduced randomly in Korra, that they're like, oh, no, now we have more airbenders, but they don't do anything with it. It just exists. And that's, I think, some of its biggest issues, is like that. They never do anything with anything. It's just kind of thrown out there like, oh, this now exists, but what are you going to do with it? Nothing. It just exists. And then for the story elements that they kept, it just kind of... None of them really did anything either. Things like that. So that's what I'm saying. Is like I look at it as somebody who reads a lot of books, who likes stories and stuff, and it's just like, it's a mess. There's ways they could have handled it that honestly could have done well, and I don't think would have been bad. They had okay bones. They just didn't do anything with them. You see what I mean? More along those lines. Because, like I said, I honestly think that instead of just having... Now people can randomly use airbending powers if they believe enough. Even though they were believing just as much before. But now we've had that... We have a sort of magical MacGuffin that makes it so that that actually is the case. Instead going and finding airbenders or whatever that actually exist in the world that they don't know it, or realizing that these people may or may not be connected to. But not, because again, if you don't want to be found, you hide where you're from, right? Any child that can pass as anything else? Well, now they're going to. I almost feel like that would have made more sense than just having them... Well, now that the spirits have been balanced again, now we have that to repair balance, but there's nothing to it. It doesn't... Like I said, magic MacGuffin. And then they do nothing with it. Effectively. Except that now people are learning to airbend other than her. I don't know. Like I said, I think its biggest... I think its biggest problem, though, is they just... and yes, you can go, well, they never know when they were going to end, but to some extent, they kind of had some idea that they could keep... If they could keep it popular enough, that they could keep it going, especially after Season 1. It had enough numbers for them to continue going, so it's like... There's a decent chance they had at least a chance. But then instead, they basically just wrote one-arc things that weren't going anywhere, and the romance. Like, the romance wasn't necessary. I'm gonna go here. The drama. I don't think it should have been that... It makes things later make things muddled because you're basically going, oh, this is this way now. Despite the fact it'd be easier if they had just not done anything. If that really was their thought process. Oh wait, I left it over there. It's things like that to me that I'm like... Here's the thing. You can have that Cora likes women, whatever. But then don't have her go after every man that has any looks at all under the sun. Like, all the time. And I know there's people who like both, but overall, for like, if you're introducing a character and all that, other series managed to figure out how to do that without outright stating, so that's kind of more where I feel like it's like, instead it's like they didn't have to have her go after every man then, you know? Well, not every man, but like Mako especially. Voltron. Yeah. Anyway, I just... I don't know, it's things like that is all I'm really saying. But to me, I feel like... there's ways to handle it, and I don't think they handled it well. I really don't. And that's only if that was their intention. I'm not convinced it was. I honestly think it was just meant to be like, well... Well, a middle finger, like I said. But then they have to go with that. And again, like I said, it's not... I don't have any issue with it, personally, otherwise. I just don't think it made sense. I think it's dumb. To just be like, well, this is this at the end. With no hints. No nothing. It's like, but it'll work. It's shock factor. That's what it is. They basically went for shock factor at the end. But every season, it's because they ran out of other shocking things to do. Like, oh, well, Korra can no longer connect to past avatars, even though that really makes no sense whatsoever. Because she's still connected to the first one, which means she can still connect to them, but she can't. See? Like that. Like that kind of plot hole, right? That's what I mean. Like, season 2. They have her lose her connection to all the other avatars because Ravi's been removed. But then she's able to see the past of the first one, and so in theory be connected still to the first avatar, so it becomes... So how is she only connected to one? Things like that. Like, if you stop and think about it, kind of, unfortunately. For half a second, it doesn't make sense. Especially storyline-wise, it's been kind of set up by that point. I don't think you're in the minority for liking cartoons. I mean, you're not even the minority for liking Korra. As I've said, I'm just giving my specific reasons for disliking it, and I've said you can tell me I'm wrong, or tell me what I've missed, because I don't mind. And I mean, if you're really gonna go there, I mean, I feel like every anime fan ever, technically they like cartoons. You know? Nothing wrong with it. As I said, I'm just explaining my personal point of view on the whole thing. And I know not everybody agrees. You know? With my opinion. That's why I introduce people to tell me that they disagree, or that they feel that I'm wrong, or crazy, or whatever. And explain their point of view. Right? I'm not just saying that because I'm, like, trying to get, like, different, like, to be, like, picking a fight or anything. I just straight up mean when I say, that's just my opinion. I'd love to hear yours. I mean, it's just my opinion. I'd love to hear yours. I do feel like this is what's going to be on this. That's just how it goes. For me, personally. And maybe I'm just... I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I was just... Either way, right? And I think it's fine to like Korra as well. I'm not saying that you can't. I was just explaining why I felt like it did just kind of threw away a lot of things that it didn't need to, even within itself. Like I said, like I said, The thing that bothers me about the turtles, right, is ironically because it throws away the stuff from season 1. Like, this isn't even, like, I know people go, no, you see the turtles there, and I'm like, if Aemon, right, bad guy of season 1, could stop people from being able to bend by using blood bending, specifically, right? That means there must be a physical aspect to it. It cannot be spiritual. Not truly at the end of the day. It can have some form of, like, being able to stop that way as well, but it means that there is something physical to it. Heck, having Ozai have his bending be taken away and then he can't even walk, right? Again, that means there's something physical to it. But season 2 of Korra basically said, it's just about being spiritually da-da-da-da, and turtles granting abilities. But then when those people had their abilities taken away from them by the turtles as well, they were fine after the fact, because, you know, that makes sense. It's things like that to me. It falls apart when you look at it from any point of view other than, well, the show's just the bestest. It's either one way or it's the other, and I honestly I feel like the turtles were just a magic MacGuffin thing, because they were trying to think of a way to be like, explaining why everybody can only have one type of bending ever. But like I said, it ironically makes it make less sense. Because in theory, some super mutant of an individual is going to be able to use at least 2 to 3 types of bending. Let's go there, you know? Like I said, if you instead argued it's just simply, like, at least to some extent, because their connection to, like, one type of spirit animal or whatever, that kind of did work, or the moon or whatever, because that was what that was in the original series to some extent. But arguing the reason that with the twins in season 1, that one of them could earth in the fortune teller episode, the reason why only one of them could bend was only one of them was faithful, despite the fact that everyone agreed that everything about both of them was exactly the same, except that one couldn't bend. Like, here's the thing, and see, that's just it. I'm not, like, over-hating it. Notice, I actually gave the benefit of the doubt to something that not even all people who love Korra will consider acceptable, right? The opening scene. That's why I'm saying, you gotta listen to, you can't just assume that someone's, like, is hating on it just because they're stating why they don't like it, okay? But part of it is, it really and truly did end up, it came out at a bad time, and again, it's that whole, they kind of threw everything away, which makes sense. The guy who was the lead writer of Avatar wasn't a part of it. Yes, the creators were there, but the person who was kind of keeping things on track wasn't. And then it fell apart. And like I said, all the issues that I have with the series are writing issues. You love me for my kid. Thanks. But like I said, I ironically do not think that the opening thing was bad. I think that they could have salvaged it from that. And I honestly do think they probably, by having her have 3 types of bending from the start, I think they should have had some people who had 2 or 3 types of bending from that moment, because that would have, or at least pretending to have multiple types, right? Maybe you don't have to go with they definitely have it, but you could have that being the case, and then it's like, but they only have like 1 or 2, and they're both of their their types are like super weak in comparison to somebody who only has 1. Still works with your lion turtle thing, even ironically, because obviously you have slightly less faith in both blah blah blah. But to me, that's where it goes. It's like they set up the concept that bending can be stopped by physical means. They set up and then they never go there. They never go with the idea that, well, maybe somebody could effectively make it so that somebody who has the potential to bend one way or the other ends up having multiple bending. It'd have actually been an interesting way to have, to actually give a reason for, like, other than just, what was it called? You know, the bending sport. And I've given another reason to have Mako and Bolin really and truly be part of, like, the season 1 plot, other than basically the B plot. Because they're from a family in which they had, obviously, 2 bender parents. So they each have different types of bending, and you'd have that potential. Gives a reason to be keeping an eye out around them and stuff, right? It'd be interesting. I'm not saying they should have done it. Okay, maybe they shouldn't have done that, but I'm just saying it could have been something they could have done. Right? Not that they had to, but I think it would have made sense. And again, you can make it go back to the bloodbending, and I honestly think I would have loved that. Oh, the books had nothing. The books aren't good. I just said I like reading in general. The comics don't make things better, they make things worse. I've heard that the one Kyoshi book's supposed to be good, but it's like, if you've read the comics, your brain is gonna melt. Because it definitely doesn't, again, it doesn't fit into the series, but for me, I'm just saying, I feel like when I say don't read, it's the comics are effectively character assassination, like a writing class in character assassination. Korra is your base learning, and then, like, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, they do have interesting things in them, but again, like I said, everything is set up in season 1. Or rather, series 1, Avatar, and then they don't go with that, but then they don't go with they went with season 1 of Korra, that's why I'm saying that. And there's so many things that you could do with something. And ironically, the thing I'd say about the comics that makes me say that it's like they especially should have gone with the idea of having people that can do multiple bending is the fact that the implication is that people who are even before, I mean, they're not going with that now, they're going, no, never mind, but with the comics, the implication is basically that even before the war, you didn't have, you wouldn't find somebody who was a earthbender, or Earth Nation, Fire Nation, all that. They wouldn't have ended up intermarrying. Which means that there would have been no, again, it would have gone into that whole, there's no, like, chance for knowing that that's possible or not until after that. So, and I'm sure later in the comics after, again, if you've read it, you know the moment where I stop, but beyond that, I honestly feel like it just kind of threw a lot of what they already had potential for away. When I say a reader, I just mean I've read a lot of books, good and bad. I have learned enough about writing as to what would make a good storyline versus not out of what they've got. Heck, I've read a lot of manga. And then I've seen the anime, I know, well, there we go. They really should have left that in. I don't know. But like I said, I just feel like it would have made more sense to do something like that. Heck, you could even have it where Asami, this is also part of where she gets introduced. Not necessarily just as, oh, now she's just Mako's girlfriend, right? To be the antagonist to that relationship and make drama that obviously you didn't need. But instead, you can have it be that she's someone looking for the ability to learn, like, become a vendor. She thinks that that would, like, have that be that she thinks that her dad would care more about her personally if she does that, right? And then it's a natural way to introduce her without putting in there that no. Her whole reason for meeting the team is because she fell head over heels for Mako, you know? You don't need that. Especially if, as I said, they always intended to just like it just makes it not fit later on if you want to change things. Instead, go with a more logical reason for her to join the group. Or heck, maybe she has a friend who has been dragged into this whole thing and she's trying to help them out or save them or whatever. There's ways to handle it. To introduce a character naturally that isn't just, well, it's because they're in a relationship with this character that they aren't. Anyway, it's fine. I'm sorry to hear that. I ended up, I haven't watched that one in a long time. Kind of just outgrew it to some extent. Well, outgrew is not the right word. Just kind of kept... Just didn't keep watching, you know? It was a pain to keep up with everything, and I was watching other series. And trying to keep up with those, and it just... Yeah. But yeah. Like I said, I ended up watching. I ended up getting into anime more fully after a certain point, and I kind of just didn't end up watching as much. I mean, I'd still occasionally watch them, but it just wasn't as... how do I put this? I was more likely to go, like, find, like, Black Cat or something. I was, like, one I liked. More because the library had the manga, and I really enjoyed it. Hello, Billy. How you doing? As you can see, we are working on changing things. You want to know something that'll hurt your brain? About why the heck is this a thing? Well, I have a couple things like that. Nice. I'm glad to hear you've been doing good. Well, first off, look at my heart bar there. I've highlighting it a second. Look at my glitch. Still not fixed. But beyond that pain, I will share with everybody. This building, yeah, that bugs you, but this will also bug you. This building is an odd number building, right? It goes out an odd number on both sides. And it's an odd number in the middle, so odd. This statue is an even numbered building. So on this side, you can see only 2. And on this side, out, it's 3. Now I was trying to work out what the problem was, and the problem is because this is an even number across, but the building itself is an odd number across. And thus, it will always be slightly off no matter what you do, unless you completely rework the top part and hide the mouth. Well, it's not even just OCD, it's the fact that it's like, in designing something or trying to work around something, these are things that are just very frustrating and wouldn't actually happen in reality. You know, the whole measure twice, cut once thing. Yeah. It's like, all the buildings were designed, I feel like, at a different time than other things. And then I'm looking around and I feel like it's because they wanted to do this pattern, but the pattern doesn't work either. Because when you have the pattern, with the way they have the ways into and out of the areas, I redid it. So in theory, basically, this doesn't work either. I don't know what they were thinking. Also, this building is too small back here on multiple occasions, or on multiple parts. And I checked on Java. This is just how this building is. This whole building is just messed up. They hide it on this side. They normally hide the fact that these don't look right by adding these in here like that. Typically right by like an even, so that it looks like, oh, it's fine. You can see here, this is what it would look like normally. Because it's like, look, you can go, actually you can't actually go up, but it's like to hide the fact that this can't be there. And then like I said, if you go up top, here, let me do this a second to do that. I can keep going. No, this isn't just Bedrock. All the issues that exist on both platforms. Somebody didn't do any quality control. Look at the back here. Look at that. Clearly it's about 3 blocks too short in the back, which would match with all the other sides except the back that's even, right? And if you look at the back here, I mean, this side's okay, but they effectively have a corner where it does not work or fit in because it's the wrong side, because it's 3 blocks too short here, because it would be these, but they put it in anyway, I guess, on the other corner, on the corners, but they don't fit. And like I said, it's exactly 3 blocks too short, the whole building. To the back. If you look around. Isn't that great? And the only reason I think they didn't bother fixing it is because they figured nobody's going to look at it in the light. But like once you start looking around, like I said, yep, you can see clearly there down here is a way to walk around, right? So you would be able to, and then it's just like it drops off there because there should be 3 blocks. Whoa. The whole thing is just messed up. What I'm gonna do with this eventually, I'm working on other things to fix them up instead, but because it hurts me on the inside, is I'm gonna make this side 2 thinner, and that side 1 thinner. I mean, this will only go in one, I think, effectively. But yeah, it'll only go in one. That one will go in one as well. It won't go in at all, but it'll match that way and it'll fit everything from what I can tell. But yeah, I honestly don't know how all this really in need of quality check. But then I remember, if you know the realm situation right now, I mean, and I'm like, you know what? I believe it. I believe that this happened. But yeah, instead of working on this and making it actually be able to have everything, I think it looks nice. Where would I go? I mean, I'd probably stay where I'm currently at. As I've said, I'm kind of in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of... Well, I mean, honestly, if there was this... The realm problem is that realms are still down. 6th day in, I believe. To be more exact, they're having connectivity issues still. Oh, and all these other issues are just keep appearing more and more. As well. Like, if you go look at your launcher right now, it'll have a thing saying they're working on it still. They updated the game and we've got all these bugs and all this other stuff going on, and it's insane. Only on Bedrock. Well, yeah, mostly on Bedrock. But, I mean, one could say it's karma. In a horrible sense. I'm not saying it is. I just think it's funny. At this point. But I mean, I thought it was funny in general. Here's the thing. In Florida, you're not going to get a whole lot of zombies. Except for the freshly buried. Maybe if you go farther north. But, like, there's nothing left within a week, typically. Once you got things outside. So, I would not be too concerned. I'd probably just continue to live the life as it is. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's the way it is with a lot of tropical places. So I think the answer is move somewhere tropical. Life should get a lot easier. You know? Stay inside a couple days. Then life is probably pretty peachy. Like, legit, just wait 2 weeks, and then you can go out, and you'll be fine. Good question. I'm just saying in general. I don't think the zombies are living long. Or existing long here. But I guess technically if it was a, Maybe can have, like, super zombies eventually that can survive that, but... Again... Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just know that it would be fine here, probably. But, yeah. I feel like we'd become the vacation... Or we'd find a way to market it too here in Florida. Cause, you know. Yeah, if it's a stereotypical one, then yeah, definitely we'd be fine here. And advertising, come to Florida, we have we have low numbers of, we have barely any zombies here. For vacation kind of thing. We turn it into tourism. Yeah. Fair enough. But, yeah. Like I said, that's my answer. I don't think I would have much else going on, because I think it would literally just be as it was. before the apocalypse came. I would say you can disagree with me, but in this case, I'm just talking from having seen well, actually, not necessarily. I'd say because, like, yes, it'd be good initially, like the first day or two, but you're gonna get a lot more raiders and the like. Plus, with more people, there's a higher chance of running into zombie issues. If somebody did get infected and came all the way over here, like anywhere before they managed to start showing signs. Places, and I mean that's why it's important as to like what kind of zombie is it. Fair enough. Like I said, come to Florida. We would have little to no zombies by 2 weeks in. Of any type. Because the one thing is that zombies will degrade. Because they're still... well... They're not actually having blood pumping and the like. And they don't know how to keep themselves, like, in good working order. You know? Only thing you've really got to worry about would be the mosquitoes passing it along, and as long as there's, like... But as long as you're careful and stuff, you're probably fine. Get your citronella candles and the like. Woo. And like I said, I think we'd be advertising that ourselves as a tourist destination yet again by like 2 weeks in. I'd guess other places like that as well would be fine as well. Such as I mean, I think I go beyond that. The thing is, like, you have to have enough bodies, right? To be able to do anything major. Even if you go, well, people die every day. Hundreds of millions of people die, right? Or millions of people die every day. Beyond that, you still have as well, yes, but nature is already kind of breaking down those bodies immediately, and beyond that, I mean, it's a bigger issue up north, but tropical climate-wise, you're not going to have that issue. That's one of the things that do bug me, like, whenever you get the stereotypical, and then it's like, no matter where you go, it's just zombie. It's like, nah. You should have where, yes, maybe, like, it takes place in, like, New York, or really anything, probably even Alabama would be okay, but, like, you can't say that anywhere tropical, really, of any kind, or desert even, is going to have the... Yeah, no, I know. I was more meaning, like, just straight up the body gets destroyed, right? Whether, yeah, and considering the number of people that get cremated instead, because that's what they wanted, and all sorts of other things, I just have trouble believing that you'd have the number of bodies necessary for there to be a worldwide panic situation. Beyond just, maybe places like India, but I don't think so, because, again, like, I mean, like, sheer number, mind you. But again, it's a subtropical-ass to some extent, air it, you get those low super temperatures that just the body, the muscles are going to break down. Right? And that's what I'm referring to, rather. But yeah, they probably would become frostbitten and destroyed that way in the north during the winter. Like, that's the only time you could even possibly have something like here would be winter months. But at that point, it's just like, even at your best bet of having it maybe be several months, the initial bodies would break down pretty quickly. And that's only if the zombies are fresh. Muscle tissue breaks down really, really fast no matter what. So... Well, beyond that, bugs. Birds. Other wild animals. What are they going to do against a vulture? Vultures will eat anything. Sometimes, depending on the vulture type, though, they won't even wait for the critter to be dead. And the thing is, like, I'm gonna go here. You know how you'll have that whole thing where the person who's on the farm gets attacked? Kind of thing, right? In reality, that zombie is swarmed by chickens trying to eat it. Because, yes, chickens are technically vegetarian. They're opportunist carnivores. If they think they can get the bite of meat, they will. And something like a zombie? You know it. You know it. I'll just go there. Having had chickens, the chickens would go all cuckoo. And you would be... and that's just... Yeah. Exactly. I do agree with that. They're not likely to appear there anyway, but I'm just saying, you get that scene, right? The people are... that they like to stick as, like, this like, tragic da-da-da-da-da. And in reality, even... at your best, like, oh no, they managed to appear there and everything, they're still gonna be killed by other things. It's the I mean, it's cool to imagine, but in reality, it simply just wouldn't be able to happen. Well, maybe it's not cool to imagine, but it would probably just end in... And the biggest question is, why would you need an antidote? Honestly. Yep. Oh, I don't disagree, like I said. Giving them their best TV bet, right? It still doesn't work because the farm animals, there's plenty of them that would happily take an opportunity at that meat. And in theory, it doesn't pass on to animals, and even if it does, animals are easy to kill. Whether you like it or not. Yeah. So I was just saying, at your best of best bets. Also... yeah. Vampires. Again, I think I'm fine where I'm at. Florida is pretty good against all types of supernatural nasties. Like, I mean, we are the bane of their existence. So I don't really feel like it's gonna, again, I feel like we would just become a tourist destination still. Be like, yeah, you can come to us. We're good. But the real answer for vampires is just don't go out at night. After all, if we're going for stereotypical vampires, Um, they're gonna burn up in the sun. Also, vampires can't enter your house unless you invite them in, so you know. Dun dun dun! Because we're going traditional vampires, right? Although traditional vampires are actually akin to zombies, so again, it would then still be the same deal anyway, but... yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying, that's only if they even get the chance. The irony is, like... Exactly, that's what I said. If you're going traditional, they can't even enter. But if you go, like even farther back, their origins, like, I remember reading a whole book on this, but it basically is akin to a zombie, so even then. Going, like, for the most, they'd still zombie rules instead. But overall, like, for a more traditional, like, unless they're a sparkly vampire, you're pretty safe. And even the sparkly vampires, probably still, you can reason with those, right? If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Plus, logically in general. I mean... in general, though, I think vampires would be a lot easier to reason with and be able to protect your own life. After all, why would a vampire, in this day and age, want to drink blood from an actual person? A nasty, grimy human being. I see. What I was gonna say is, like, why would you want that when you can have a nice, clean experience getting it out of the blood bag? I just don't see that one happening just from that alone. You'd have to assume that the vampires have gone feral, which doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, I'm sorry to say, but that sharp stick is everybody's weakness. Garlic, not so much, but, like, you understand the sharp stick. Anybody would die from that. A stake through the heart. like... Instead, the things that you should be like, you're fine with is the fact that all you have to do is live by a river. If you see a vampire coming at you, cross the river. I see. The vampire can't follow you across the river. Because they can't cross flowing water. Get some silver as well. Silver. And I mean, I feel like... well, I mean, at least for me as a girl, I have some silver jewelry. Could pull that out and be like, away with you. Because they can't handle silver either. I mean, that's things to think about. Like, ignoring the stake, which is just kind of dumb. But beyond that, yeah, they are pretty easy to send away. Like, be like, I have a silver necklace. Get away from me. Or, yeah, I have garlic. Well, yes, werewolves too, but before werewolves were the ones that were beings that had a weakness to silver, vampires were before that. It's part of why they can't see themselves in mirrors. They could totally see themselves in a modern mirror, because the entire idea was because mirrors had a silver backing in the past, which was why they couldn't see their reflection. It's the thing that's ironic with things like photos and stuff, because it's like when people do that in media, because technically they probably would be able to see the... yeah, that's why. Similar thing with the photos and stuff was because there was... well, silver involved. But like with a modern day smartphone, you probably could take a picture of them. They could probably see their reflection and all that, because, well, in reality, we don't use silver anymore. For those things. But yeah, that would be why. And it's an interesting thing, right? We'll get out. But it's never really treated as a thing in movies, which is why you're never going to really think about it and realize, yeah, there is... The logic is there. And what they really should do for, like, a current movie is have, like... Well, I mean, beyond that, all you need for Ghost is salt. And herbs. Such as basil, oregano, and the like. Because those are their weaknesses. Surprisingly, the weaknesses to... But it actually makes sense when you consider it. It has to be things that someone would have in their everyday household. Right? Other than holy water, but even then, that, simply put, would just be something you might potentially have. But overall, most of the items in question would be... yeah. Something you can grab out of your kitchen. Can't have things be too scary. Other than that, perhaps potentially a rosary. Oh, I know. I am aware. I remember from, well, both the comics and when they did the TV show as well, or any of the shows. But, I mean, it's because otherwise he'd have no weakness, you know? You gotta come up with something. I mean, that was the best they could do, but... I mean, it wasn't the best they could do, but... It made sense, to some extent. The irony is they didn't also have him have a weakness to blue. You know? It'd have... I think that would have been interesting, you know? And it would have fit! Because again, it's that whole, it'd be the colors that make up green, you know? But still, even then, I could see yellow and going with that. There is some logic to it. Even if it doesn't feel like it. You know? Rather, to be more exact, I can see where they were coming from with it. Yep. Well, I mean, again, it makes sense for ice. I mean, think about what happens on ice when you go too fast. That's also why he obviously doesn't work in the country. In the city, he has a higher chance of being able to work all year long, whereas, in the countryside, maybe. But, yeah. I mean, honestly, that was kind of the whole point. You had to have some sort of weakness for your hero, so you had to come up with something that doesn't... Unlike current day heroes they make that are just... I don't know. I don't know what. They just go for the perfect at everything, despite the fact that doesn't make sense a lot of the times. But, like, you couldn't just have... Like, I mean, remember... Even Superman, who his whole thing is being invulnerable, had kryptonite as his weakness. Which is interesting. I mean, they had to introduce something, but they still went there, because you can't just say, well, you have nothing, right? And then if you go through any of the heroes, you'll find that. How Heck, I mean, and this is the true on both, on both DC and Marvel. I mean, would I? I don't know. I mean, considering it requires like a very specific set of circumstances to happen, I don't think so, because I'd have to come across someone who's dying, most likely. I think the thing is, he does have a weakness. That's the thing. He is good. Which means that he will not kill, right? He will not stoop to their level, but you can use hostages against him in a way you can't with a lot of the other heroes. You could set a trap, and he'll still fall into it. Because he'll still see... He'll want to see the best. I mean, and plus, yeah, anybody can get their hands on it. I mean, that's the irony. The kryptonite, like, because, well, yeah. I'm the one with the hot take was saying, I think that he's good for what he is. I mean, I honestly think it's a good, because he is just good. Yep. And like I said, like, anybody can... All they have to do is effectively go to Lex Luthor and go, I hate Superman, and he'll give them a piece of it for free. I mean, the ability to get kryptonite is basically, like, a moot point there. Plus, I mean, I think at some point they even had started making... They had, like, the whole... You can even artificially make it as well, because the whole point was kind of just... I mean, there was a certain composition to it. That's the biggest irony, like, throughout the whole thing. You really do have... I've seen it everywhere. I don't particularly... And I'm just left with... The bad thing with Superman is that they kind of continue to try to make him a complex character when he shouldn't be. Ugh. Exactly. But... he is what he is. He's... kind. Thoughtful. And at the end of the day... Yeah. At the end of the day, the thing that makes him him is that he will never stoop to the levels of villains. And they're like, you don't see him setting traps. And, like, well, I mean, modern day Superman you might, but you don't see, like, old Superman setting a trap when he's trying to capture a villain, right? He just goes and finds them. And if they're doing anything to keep him from finding him, he can't just go find them. But he doesn't set traps. He doesn't do that. He faces them head on, even though that means there's a higher likelihood of him being taken out. That's what makes his character good. Is the fact that no matter what, he will always seek the best. And people. And it'll... Yeah. Well, actually, I mean... The irony is there is a potential possibility, like, I mean, for us, we obviously see through it because we can see everything and see the cartoon, but, like, yes, he's not Batman, exactly. But beyond that, he's not suspicious, he's not any of the other things that Batman is, he is... But he's not naive either. But the thing is, like, there's this this comedian, they did this thing where they made a joke about like glasses and things. And they really showed though, like they put the glasses on, they look one way, and when they take their glasses off, they really do look a different way. And the thing is, for a lot of people, that actually is true. Because it breaks up how your face looks. Ironically, glasses could work as a disguise as long as you keep them glasses on, no matter what. Because of the way it breaks up your face. Think about it, like if you see anybody, right? See, that's not a hot take either. That's pretty normal. It's just Batman, Batman, Batman. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I'm the one with the hot take going Batman's a little overrated. There's other heroes that did the same thing. And ironically didn't always even have as much. Like, there's a zillion heroes in the DC-verse that do not use any powers. I mean, like, there's Green Arrow. There's... who else? I mean, I can't think of them because I'm on stream, but yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. But like I said, the weird thing is there's so many heroes in DC that they just don't use any powers. Because the whole point is they're kind of gritty, if you think about it. And then those that do have powers, yeah, exactly, Robin / Blackwing, or Darkwing. No, Blackwing. Whatever. I don't remember. Yep, and slash his other name. Yep, Nightwing. There we go. Nightwing, yep. That's true. Whereas, I remember there was, like, one DC hero, that wasn't rich, that did the whole thing as well, and it was just, like, no powers and all that. I just don't remember who they were. Having to take out loans, the whole 9 yards. Never got a lot of focus, I don't think, is what it was. Yeah, there was Booster Gold too, yeah. He basically was like Iron Man. I mean, technically, and yeah, he was poor. He just had the suit. Because he's a star. Or B-list actor. Yep, and you got Red Hood, and you got like so many. I mean, that's the thing. And in Marvel, most of them, they have powers, so the ones without powers are a lot more noticeable. In DC, like, if you stop and think about it, a lot of them, they either were aliens or they had, like, no powers. And those that used abilities, a lot of them was, like, an item or something, like, with Blue Beetle. Technically, Blue Beetle himself has no abilities, right? It's the beetle on their back that's got all the abilities. They're just going along with the ride. To some extent. And that just kind of tends to be how it goes. Let me think. It never goes in. Yep, that's true. Yep, Cyborg, technically, he does not have any abilities. He's a cyborg. That's all you've got to him. And then anybody who does have powers, like half the time they fell into a vat of a goo. Like, why is the vat of goo such a common thing in DC? As well, like, if you think about it. Like, if they gained abilities, they fell into this vat of something or other. And they either became a villain like Joker, or they gained abilities. One or the other. I mean, Marvel had the radiation thing, but like, the falling into a vat of something is just kind of, I mean, you know what I mean? you fall from? Well, I mean, that makes sense. Hmm. The irony is, effectively, to some extent, Joker does actually follow taxes and stuff. Because he, despite the fact that he steals and stuff, if you pay attention, he actually does buy things, which is insane. So it does actually make sense that he'd fear the IRS. Because at the end of the day, he is technically still, he's the person that's gone mad, but the person underneath of it. Because of, again, the VAT of stuff. I mean, I think they've changed that now, but the VAT of stuff, right? I mean, so yeah, you fear, you fear the things you'd fear. You're not gonna fear a caped superhero. Because that's not something you necessarily feared before that point. That makes sense. I know that they were... I've never played them, but I know they're supposed to be very good. And they do a good job with Batman up until like a certain point, but yeah. But it does a good job with it. Honestly, he was... I'm gonna be honest, my favorite DC hero was Plastic Man. So, you know, I'm not, like, gonna just be like, That's part of why I remember the whole goo thing. Like, even he just fell in a vat of goo. Petty criminal turned superhero. I love him. He was just... I mean, I know he has the same abilities as Mr. Fantastic in the Marvel side, but nice. I mean, Flash is good too. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I think there's something about Plastic Man and his whole shtick that I enjoy. But yeah, if you want to go for like ends up being underrated, that's the one to go with. I could pretend otherwise. Mostly because they don't do anything with him. Heck, he doesn't even get to be a side character half the time. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. That is how it goes. But yeah. Yeah, no, I do get, like, it's like I don't really want to do that 24/7, and then it's like you either don't get to do it at all or it's 24/7, yeah. They tend to do that a lot with games. To some extent, it's also why it's like, even though I like characters that I like Plastic Man, like I said, I weirdly enough never hope to see things like games and stuff, even though I think it'd be cool, because it's just like, I know more often than not it tends to be disappointing. I mean, just look at the game that just came out, what was it, like 2 or 3 months ago? Oh boy. Not even? Nah, you're never free of the Batmobile, are you kidding me? I mean, I may never play the games, but I know for a fact that literally what he does is he has, like, a whole bunch. In, like, any other series. That way he can just destroy the Batmobile and go on to the next Batmobile. Because, you know, he rich. Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of amazing what they end up going with. Yeah. Although it was... Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yep, the parody of Jingle Bells. But honestly... Yep. Alright. I actually think I want to move this back, like I said I think I do. Might work on some of that as well. Let me see if I can't judge, because I don't want the... I like this here, but I think I want to move it out. I need to figure out how much I want to move it out. Because I want to match it on both sides, I think. Because there's something about when entering a city, having everything all match up nicey nice. And this doesn't match currently. I have one extra panel on this side. I don't want to remove this panel, so... This side's got to go out. It's not too difficult, though. I just got to move this way. And actually get some of this done. Well, alrighty, go ahead and, well, I hope you get a good night's sleep. Alright, and then this goes here. Well, I mean, it would anyway. You'd see it throughout the city, but... What I want to do... is, like I said, I want to have a containment area. Here. I need to eat something before I go down because, well, that's going to be painful. Ow. And then what I want to do... I need to look at the other side and make sure I... Oh, wait, I know what that is. Yeah, okay. So then it's like this here to boop. Here instead. Nope, unfortunately, no matter what I've done so far, the hearts do not fix, but, I mean, I get it. I get the hope. Alright, Alright. We're gonna see if this looks any better. This goes back here, right? Yeah. So, I'll have to fix that as well. But... I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult. I just... remove all this. Right. Correct this. This goes here. It's a bug that everything is just kind of really buggy. In theory they fixed it, but in reality I don't know if I'm just stuck this way forever after, which I don't feel like that's right, but I mean, I can't prove otherwise, so... Maybe. Alright, and then this will go here. Well, I meant more along the lines of... Like, I do agree, I doubt they fixed it, but... I was more just kind of... saying maybe they have technically fixed it, but because I'm playing... I played while it was going on, and I didn't, like, load a save in my game because I didn't have one. Probably should correct that, but... I was just saying maybe what happened is that it just... will never work. I was being pessimistic. There, I'm not doing... Oh, I do agree, I would hope, but I don't know. Alright, so that looks a little bit better, I think. Just that nice even there, right? I can do that. It's like, come on, Mojang, fix your game. And in this case, it's like... fair enough. I mean, sometimes things just happen. You know? And then it just gets stuck that way. But I'm sure it's just that I don't know what the issue is. Alright, what do we do over here? Alright, smooth and the other... I'm gonna probably go get some more blocks. But other than that, like, doesn't that just look nice? For your first view as you come into the city through the nether portal? Although I have to figure out how to make it so that that's the way you'd have it viewed other than the other way. Probably gonna have to adjust my... Alrighty. It's nice, it's even, it's not gonna trigger anything in that way. Unless you have the extreme OCD for that, but beyond that, now I'll fix these so that they all match, but the idea is just kinda, this would be the main pathway, right? Other than the fact that out this side is kinda all, ugh. But then this way I can fill these in, and this will all be filled in. And cleaned up and all that. And yeah. Cat, I see you. Should probably go up there and actually light that up there. I mean, I can now because I... Don't you dare, cat! No! No! That's not happening, Buster. Alright, like I can see more up here, so let's just light that up as well. I'll probably come in later and use something like the lichen instead. But for now, we make sure that nothing's gonna drop down on us. Especially since I did make sure that there will no longer be any shrieker issues while doing this. Because remember, there were shriekers, I mean they were over there, but never know. Actually, there were a few over here too. Rather, over there, I think? I don't remember where. Oh look, diamond. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I am smart enough to know not to mess with that. Especially with that there. And I'm not moving that, because... But the irony is now, at this point, you can kind of start comparing what I've done, like what I've actually done versus not. I do need to remove all of this as well. But... yeah. Alright. So what I'm thinking is I need to figure out how... Yeah, shush. Let me toss in some lights here, because I can't see. And that means you can't see, and that seems mean. But beyond that, this is me figuring out how to do things. So I'm just gonna remove this on this side. Yeah, I'm stuck on the outside now. But not really. I'll eventually make it so that I am actually stuck, but you know, I mean... Well, not really, because the whole idea that this would be up here anyway. Alright, so first things first, I'm gonna... kind of just clear this out so that later I can use it, but beyond that, do I have any more? I do. A little bit more of this so that I can come out this way with this. No. Alright, how far out do I think I'm gonna go? It's gonna be important. See, that's a tower here, I think, right? There's a tower here. I don't know. Honestly, I think... Like, I don't see a tower here, but I think there was a tower? But there was, like, no tower, so I ended up removing it. No, there can't be a tower here because I can see on the opposite side there's no tower. This is the last tower. I move over... Hello, night. There, so that's all good. But that means I can honestly just continue it to where I'd want to continue it. I think I'd probably end it here. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where things can go. I'm doing okay. I decided to work on a project I don't feel like will cause me to get frustrated too much. So we're working on the road up to the thing rather than focusing on the thing that is evil. While healing up tools and stuff. I mean, it works for me. Look at that. So like I said, and I also fixed this down here. I'll finish finishing up the road, but now it matches on both sides, that it'll be all the way over, because I had this one was a little bit too short. But, oh, also, in case you're curious, we're playing Bedrock. Watch the hearts. Give it a second, because this is Bedrock. And nothing. The hearts are still broken. But this is all fixed up a little bit, and I'll finish cleaning it up and all that, but still. As you can see, I mean, it'll go in, and it actually looks nice. I remember the lava here as well, because I just don't need it there, but yeah, so that's all fixed, and then I'll bring the ground up around it and all that, because that is the case. That's how it's going to be. Just kind of at this point clearing things out a little bit so that I can figure out how I want to do things. I'll let this be here for now, because obviously that's how it was. But, yeah. I'm just kind of trying to start getting some of this through and cleaned up and all that so that we can get this all done at this point. Yeah, they did. They removed the map, which is how people are able to figure out how to make mods. The irony is immediately after that, literally around the moment they actually removed it. I mean, it's semi-ironic. It's semi just like, yeah, that figures. In two fronts, by the way. Like, under normal circumstances, maybe it probably wouldn't have done anything, but considering they also removed something that a lot of add-ons users, or add-on makers used, for ages, and they removed that in the same update from what I can tell. And then Realms basically literally broke at that exact moment that they uploaded that choice of an update. And everything else has also been the worst since. And all I was saying is I think that the karma here is, ironically, if people still had access to that map, the execution map, they would have probably been able to be, like, reporting what's actually wrong, and it would have been able to be fixed sooner. But now people can't look at it and go, okay, this clearly is what has gone wrong. Yeah. So, they're effectively on their own. That's where I really feel the karma is at, and the whole thing. I don't think that it's the actual removing that makes it... Oh, I'm sure there's something they removed that they just... Yeah, I'm sure. But nobody can say... Oh, well, heck, I wouldn't be surprised if that, even though it was an experimental feature, it was already part of the code, effectively, by having it be an experimental feature. Thus, removing it most likely broke something. That's what I would guess. And like I said, a lot of add-ons, which a lot of realms relied on, right, utilized that feature, including paid ones. Not the map, although people use the map for that as well, but there was a experimental quote-unquote feature they had left on for ages that was called Holiday. It was like Holiday something, but basically it helped make add-ons work a lot of the time. A lot of people used it. Oh yeah, and they removed that entirely. And then, yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where I'm going with, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was their problem, but because there's nobody able to go on and go, or rather, they basically are ignoring anybody that would come up with something like that. And I mean, like I said, I'm not a developer or anything, I'm just some person that plays the game. This is just my observation as someone who looks at the whole situation and just kind of got in, like, I followed the news of the whole thing. I honestly think that it probably would have something to do with that, but thanks, I guess. But yeah, I honestly would not be surprised if it turned out to be something in relation to that. Personally. Because it seems like the kind of thing that would break things. And in other words, basically the idea would be, by preventing people from being able to do their own thing, they broke their game. Potentially. Simply because they don't understand their own game, which I would say is a problem. That they probably should fix. Like, you need to put some research into your game if you can't figure out why all of a sudden things just don't work. Big time. Day 6. Still not fully fixed. And they put out hotfix after hotfix, too. And honestly, I mean, you can see the issues right up to the launch screen, even. Because it doesn't say update Minecraft. right? It doesn't say for that for the Bedrock. It says install. And that's the launcher for when every time they add a hotfix update. Like, I honestly don't know. Yes, I'm not updating through the launcher right now because I'm concerned about what it will do. But, like, I keep getting that and I'm like, what do you mean, install? Because you don't call it install update, you call it update. That makes me very, very nervous. But the fact that that's like straight on the launcher screen, first thing you see. For only this version of the game, by the way. When Java has an update right now, it's just the normal update, so it clearly is something's wrong. And I mean, I really do not feel like it's a shock. And I mean, as I said, I do understand that the removing of the map, no, it wouldn't have made this happen. Right. But like I said, I do think it would have led to this issue being resolved sooner. That is where I'm at. Because I think you'd have somebody be able to go, well, clearly this did this. Which they don't currently have the ability to do. And also, ironically, I mean, even if somebody was to be like, normally, they're less likely to right now because they're ticked. So, yeah. But, yeah. It like I said, it just made me go, yeah, I'm not going to update through the launcher. Especially since I know from past stuff that's happened, if I'm not careful. And here's the thing, I probably would not update at all, or have updated at all, if I was allowed to. See, the thing with Bedrock is you don't get to go back on updates, right? And if I want to play Bedrock, I have to play the most recent version, even if that version is buggy as all get out. And I'd rather play on the previous version where I know I'm not going to have my data, like all my things that I've done so far, get lost. That's what makes this format horrible. And then I am just kind of left with, it's like, why is... Yeah, at some point they're going to need to fix it, but I don't know if they can. I mean, at this point, they're literally trying to distract people by looking, ooh, look, it's the bundle. Probably. Well, beyond that, being able to update things, a lot of... I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of realms were using mods to keep things working, even though they were... welcome back, Billy. But, yeah, I honestly would not be surprised if like I said, I would not be surprised if the thing that ruined everything, that's destroyed realms, is just something as simple as removal of the holiday creator feature thing. And ironically, because they basically designed the code, will have designed around the code around that, it's like, yes, it's experimental, I get that. Shouldn't affect things in theory, but in reality, like, I mean, it honestly, to me, though, the biggest thing is it's like lack of actual quality control in like their professional sense, right? They utilize people doing the snapshots and betas, and they go, well, obviously people. Yeah. Maybe. But well, all I really would say is I think the biggest thing is it is, as I said, at the end of the day, I would not be surprised if the problem is something as simple as quality control. Same issue that caused this. It would be the issue that caused that. Different, I mean, a different amount of like problems the outcome caused, but it's the same idea, right? They rely so heavily on the betas and the snapshots that they don't get the feedback, that they don't like see things like, well, this, or they do see it and they choose to ignore it. And the fact that that's on both versions makes me say it probably, it's just they didn't, like, it didn't, like, come up. But it's the kind of thing that I'd say is it's just, like, in-house testing. I don't feel like they do a whole lot of that, honestly, with everything else related to it. Yeah. I would not be surprised, like, bug testers, right? The individual who goes in to say, hey, did you remember to do such and such? Rather, goes in and is just, like, able to test things, right? Your game tester. But they know what they're looking for, rather than with those people looking at snapshots, they just know they're looking at whatever cool thing or whatever's going on. And then for beta, where enough people who would normally have covered it would be very annoyed and more focused on trying to get Mojang to step back on their decisions, you're not going to have those bugs that are super important bugs get noticed. Plus, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they would not, that before releasing, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Having somebody catch it so that they can know, maybe we don't release this now, or maybe we avoid doing, or those kinds of things, right? And not just relying on the concept that everybody is going to obviously look at the snapshot. And that's why I was using that as an example, is nobody was looking for that kind of thing over there. Because they were just looking at how cool the ancient city looks, blah, blah, blah. And were more interested in the loot issues. Rather than what could be considered a serious issue. For various reasons, honestly. And then the same thing would apply to this. You're relying on people going in to say, oh, this needs to be fixed, but let's say all the people who would have done that and reported that are now super ticked off at you because of what you've done, right? Or you're effectively showing. The big focus isn't on, oh, hey, wait, this is bad, this is bad. And they can't check that anyway, but beyond that, because they didn't have the map to check things, now you no longer have people who are checking for you for those things. Or going, hey, this is an issue. That's where I mean, right? You, at the very least, especially if you're going to pull something like that, you need to make sure you have in-house checkers that can be going, something went wrong. Yes, they should have caught it. Like I said, I honestly think, they've become too reliant on the snapshots for telling them things. If I had to guess. This doesn't have unbreaking on it, that's why. I should probably get unbreaking, but Whatever. But, and no, I'm not saying that they're being lazy. I'm saying that they've... How does one put this politely? I think their problem is that they've effectively let themselves become too... like that yeah, they're let the community find the problems and fix them rather than doing it themselves, as they call it. And then the moment you have an actual issue, they're not ready for it anymore. It's... I could see that being something that eventually becomes an even bigger issue than what it currently is. Because, well... I mean, this is just a taste of what ends up happening. I mean, in both cases. Because, and that's, like I said, nobody focuses... The things that no one focuses on are going to be the things that, at the end, are going to be what destroys you. But they don't look at that. They just look at... But yeah, I don't know. And the thing is, I'll acknowledge maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. Exactly. That version looks fine. Or heck, it could be something as simple as maybe there's somebody who is, well, choosing me to be maliciously compliant, but they can't even figure that out because, well, they don't know what's wrong. And I mean, that's the thing that becomes super, that should be a concern for them. Whether or not it is that if it's happened once, it can happen again. Easy. And the fact is, what they should be seeing is that you at least need to do in-game testing, and if you're not going to do that, you keep your community happy, or rather, you keep the people who do check those things for you happy instead. Because somebody's got to do that work. I mean, you know? And if it's not going to be them, it's got to be someone. Like I said, it's not, and I'm not saying it as being lazy, I'm saying they have become too comfortable. It goes right back to that whole, I honestly think they're too comfortable. There is no hunger there. They consider themselves having won, and so, or maybe won isn't the right word, but they've already, they're not looking at the same things they would have looked at years ago. In that, like, rather than being concerned about, is the game going to continue to be able to exist in, like, 10 or so years, they're instead trying to complete a goal that's already been completed by other companies years ago, and even video game companies, they're not going to be able to get to that. That's impossible. Which is that they want to be the first, like, 100-year franchise, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's going to be Nintendo as far as video games, and in general, there's already 100-year franchises that have been around much longer than that. Heck, if nothing else, Disney. And that's not to include, like, any other thing, like GTA 5. Yeah, GTA 5 will be around longer. Probably. But, I mean, that's just what I'm left with, is I look at it and I go, it's a weird choice, and I honestly do think, though, like I said, they're not hungry for it. They're not... They've gotten comfortable, which is not the same as lazy. Lazy is different. Because, yeah, again, like I said, we see what they would do if they were to be lazy. Ironically, it would be better. Overall. It'd be a more interesting update. It'd have more to it. Surprisingly enough. In that... Like with any April Fools, that's what they would be doing if they're just lazy. Ironically. And that's kind of where I go with, I feel like they really would have more interesting content and more content if they actually were lazy. But unfortunately, they're not. And that's the irony of it all. You know? That's, and I think that is actually the answer as well, by the way. I mean, when it comes down to it. I mean, and overthinking things. They overthink, they overdo, and then they don't stop and consider what they've already done. Like, ironically, some of the things I think I've done that do the most to making the whole place look really good, right? Like, we could add a little bit here or there, but are ironically not the things you would think that would be the best things to do. Like, even with their other stuff. Like, I'm not saying add more detail. I mean, yes, this added more detail, but it's just like... I honestly think that by having the towers moved, it just has a nicer experience. And this isn't just like for traversing and stuff as well. And I'm not saying that it's like, I know this is objective, right? But I mean, look at that. Even if it was ruined, right? Versus this. Like, this would let you see more and out and through a little bit. Whereas this just blocks everything off every time you kind of go past. In-betweens are here instead. It doesn't make it for, like, wanting to walk around like this kind of would. This draws you out. This does not. Once you're on this path, it kind of makes it feel closed in. And that is an architectural kind of thing, but for something that you're supposed to want to explore the whole thing from it, I don't know, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And it's a small thing. Like, literally, all I had to do to kind of give that feeling, more or less, of, like, drawing you out was move the blocks over. I don't know. Also, like... Fair enough. Like, I am actually using architecture here for trying to fix this whole thing and kind of also showing why what they had done didn't really work. These are oftentimes just randomly in the middle of, like, nowhere. They don't connect to anything, really, or anything. I moved it to the middle, and it makes some sense, you know? Road over, rather than kind of just dropping off. But then it's like, you realize, like I said, this was an even number into an odd number road, and I had to fix that, because again, this goes beyond, like, just OCD or whatever. If you're actually traveling down a path or anything of that nature, right? Knowing where you can actually walk is important. Like, being pushed off the road I mean, this is already pretty bad, but in how it would be, you would think that you're walking like where you could, but then it'd be like you'd fall right off the road. Honestly, I think they'd have a lot more. I mean, it's like I said, I honestly think some of their biggest issues is they just. I don't know if it just kind of was like, well, they don't need to do it or whatever. And I know they kind of did this whole thing clearly in the style of the warden. Like, this is probably a warden statue, but big, and it's just kind of like. I mean, but look what I've done. Like, coming over here. Look, these are the buildings I made. And most of these use the exact same blocks as them, other than I do have the fences up there, or the walls that came in this update, but imagine these ruined. Just to say this style-wise, I mean, you have all kinds of things you can do. And this, like I said, this is all super easy to do. It doesn't even, like, take any thought process at all. Yeah. Stylistically, and I'm not even that good of a builder. Like, I just took what I did have, or what small amounts of skill I do have, and I utilized it, but I'm just saying, like, as a general rule, for a lot of this, it's not that difficult to do different things. And that's kind of where I just go with, I'm not saying they have to do this, mind you. But it's kind of weird that, like, it's like, why, things that I feel like they basically just kind of, I mean, they threw that out there, but then they didn't really do anything with. For example, the enemy is called the Warden. Why is it a Warden? Well, it protects the city, yes, but... And with every piece of architecture being devoted to it, it should be a Guardian, not a Warden. Even if we're someone who's entering this place, we would think of this as, like, if you look at it. Huh? Okay. What I was gonna say is, even if you're sneaking in to steal things and all that, you're gonna think, okay, that it's, the problem with the idea of keeping people in the city is, why would they worship them to the point of creating statues for it and the like? Why would then everything be covered in skulk? See? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Either they consider this thing something divine even, right? A guardian, a protector, or they consider it an abomination, something that, as you said, keeping them in and stuff, that's where the name would fit, but it doesn't. The city itself, even in places that indicate that they didn't have the Guardian to start with, rather their Warden, still it's just covered in Warden everything, right? And it doesn't work. Like, either the story is that this appeared one day, or that they managed to open a portal and everything went to crap afterward, right? Or they were this was a guardian for them and then something happened to them that wasn't it. Again, see, this shouldn't be like this. This shouldn't be the most common, one of the most common buildings. And this should not be the second most common building. If this thing is considered evil or bad or the reason the city is like this. But with the game mechanics and stuff of the Warden, it indicates that's what that is. Like, oh, well, obviously they made it angry by being too loud. Well, they obviously walked around outside beyond the wool. Because, well, for one, you still have these that come out and down, right? And none of these buildings have wool inside them either. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what led to the downfall of the city? There's no indicator at all. The only thing I would think maybe would be the case is that something, like, maybe it's a combination of the two. The Warden itself was already considered something... I doubt it. More like if I was to go with anything, like, storyline-wise, that would even partially make sense, the concept would be the Warden was once, I guess, good. A protector, a guardian, or whatever, right? But then something came through the portal they created. Well, let me finish what I was saying. Like, they came through the portal, and then because that's the portal that they created for whatever purpose, and then it infected things like the Warden, leading to the downfall of the city. But that's like the only thing I can really come up with that would really make the pieces fit together comfortably. But even then, it doesn't completely make sense. See, I said the same thing. As I said, corrupting the Warden. But again, there's still issues with that kind of concept. Such as, what would it be that can do that? Why does the Warden have souls within it? How come it's still here? How come everything else is still here? And why is there no way to decorrupt a Warden to be able to gain the ability to perhaps summon? You know, that'd be cool. That'd be a way to have, like, a village update. They won't do it, you know? But perhaps, like, not skulk exactly, but you could get, you could get something that's effectively can summon a decorrupted, or you can uncorrupt a Warden and then have that kept as a guardian for you or whatever. That'd be fun. I mean, except that it attacks you for making any noise. Right? So it doesn't really fit. Because otherwise it shouldn't attack you, because you're obviously a human. And humans aren't evil by that logic. Yep, again, like I said though, there's no actual explanation for why the city is dead other than him. True. That's true, I'm not going to deny that. But, like, I'm just saying, technically that's not in the canon currently. So, of the actual main game here. So it kind of instead comes off as just, it within the game. They just done messed up. And I highly doubt they, yeah. Like, and also, apparently... I mean, but that only makes some sense. It doesn't fully make sense. The reality is, there's no actual explanation. It just... They just... if I had to guess, and this is the same reason there's no the portal doesn't work, not because they don't want to update to the end, right? Or they want to update the end first, or the overworld. But instead, it's just like they had an idea that sounded cool, and then it just didn't work or fit or make sense once they finally fully implemented it. And then it's like, well, how do you make the next part? You don't. You just leave it. People will come up with ideas on their own, and it's like, but that's not how that works. But it is in their book. Because they love the community, honest. That's how they look. Like, you know, I hate the word utilizing the word community. But they're the ones that do. That's why I'm using it. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really fit at all. Like, these clearly aren't the same people that built the end towers, right? And whoever they are, or the end cities. Unless they change how end cities look, which I get the feeling they never will. They won't change any structure. Because people will get upset. But it's like, at the end of the day, you can't leave it. Like, what I'd say what they really need to do is they just need to be realistic. And just like Java, make it so that on Bedrock you can play past versions of the game that you don't have to go through some third-party sketchy site to do, right? And then instead have it through the main game. Well, not sure. Just like Java. And then they don't have to worry as much. If people don't like an update, they don't update. Simple as that. That's how it works on Java. How it should work on Bedrock. And then they would have to worry less about what that they really shouldn't worry about, but like, I mean, they obviously do, so they would have to worry as much about what people on Twitter think. But I do need to finish up, by the way. I did actually get quite a bit done, even though it probably doesn't look like I got a lot done. Yeah, forced updates are just horrible, but I did actually get quite a bit done. Because I changed these out now, so it looks like this instead. I think it looks better. Yeah. Instead of that, it's this. Really? I swear, the bots are waiting. You know? For you to say things like finish. I know, but I need mods. I honestly would need. I guess. Anyway. And the problem is that I don't really have anybody that's. Well, I guess Snow, but I don't. Snow, you want to be a mod? If you're still here? Make you and Dragon mods. Figure that out. Give you all the power. Not sure Snow's even here. But the problem is that you could say no. That is totally fine. I'm making a point. Oh, you sure? Alright, I can figure that out then. Do I can wake up to the... I guess that can help solve it. I don't think I can do it while I'm online, or I'm streaming, so I'll do it afterward, but yeah, sure. Because I do, at this point, it's getting frustrating. But the number of bots aren't going down, they're going up. Anyway, like I said, I do need to finish up. 2 reasons now. Well, 3 actually, because I need to go make waffles, but... yeah. Yeah, the bots thing, it's just, it's getting so insane. And the thing is, it's like, I don't think you can blame, like... Well, no, I know. That's why the problem is even with overlap, it just, we're gonna do what we can with what we can. And I can still handle some. It's just, it is getting to the point, it's just like on every service and everything. It's like, I don't think they can figure out how to stop it. Anyway, I should finish before my stream dies as well, because it keeps threatening to just die. I'm watching it. The internet is not happy. I can guess why the internet is not happy, but yeah. Anyway, let's finish up, and then I'll try to get that all done and set up. Yeah, internet just keeps going in and out just enough, and I don't dare let it just... Anyway, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Minecraft Java fun, as we'll be doing Vanilla Java. I hope you have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And also, if it is night for you, by the way, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And, yeah, thank you for, like I said, thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And, yeah, bye-bye!